Hello, welcome to Automat Live Coding. On this stream we are writing Automat, quick demo. Automat is a macro tool. It's a program that can send events, control mouse, send key presses. It's meant to automate games, especially the boring ones that tend to waste time. So, games like to slow down, even artificially slow down the playthrough. This has some, I guess, psychological reasons. I guess it's a technique for engagement optimization. It's very common in all sorts of game genres. We're trying to fix this. We're trying to fix this by providing an automation tool that can automatically do stuff on your PC. So here I have a small collection of objects. This is a hotkey object that can send a signal to a switch that will switch on the macro recorder, and that macro recorder is going to use the nearby timeline. It automatically connects to the nearest timeline to record a macro for us. Then we also have another hotkey and another switch that can start and stop this macro. So if I press my F3, I can move my mouse in a circle. I can press F3 again. And now when I start this macro, my mouse is going to make, my hands are here now, my mouse is going to make those circles on screen. Yeah, and this is how it works. We've spent quite a bit of time on making sure it's fast. So you can see that this timeline here, it shows a horizontal blue bar, right? It may seem like a continuous segment, but if you zoom in, you will see that this is actually a sequence of a lot of events extending like one after another. The timing between those events is they're coming approximately 1 millisecond apart. This is just how my mouse works. It sends those events very, very fast. It's a gaming mouse. So we've spent quite a lot of time optimizing this and making sure that we can deliver those events reliably, because games, I'm not sure if you know, but they are super sensitive to timing. If the same event arrives a frame too late, the game is going to proceed some very subtly differently forward in time, and it will desynchronize with your previous, attempt to play, to execute an action. So to avoid those desync issues, we're just trying to be as precise as we can. It's never perfect, but we're doing what we can to minimize this effect, and we'll probably provide some extra utilities to address the desynchronization issue. Like whenever you have some synchronization issue in game, you can usually try to, for example, capture the game window. Here I have a tool that can capture something. I can capture, for example, this window. Okay, I have to stop this. There is a bug here that makes it slow. Anyway, I can capture a window, and from this window capture I can sometimes do some clever operation, like for example check what's the status of the game and make some other action. Can also capture, Automat can also capture itself. Oh, and a fun thing that we've done during the last stream is that this mouse widget has a tiny graph, and this graph shows the mouse, the trace that the mouse makes as it moves. We're showing only the last 256 events. So we're not showing the complete mouse trace, but yeah, it's still a nice indication of what the mouse is doing. Today we're going to do something very similar. The plan for today is that we will replace this track, this horizontal blue bar on the timeline, with a sequence of smaller displays that will show the path, the trace the mouse is taking as it executes a macro. Okay, and there is one more thing. I was told that on Windows we have some issues with the assembler implementation. So apparently this object doesn't show the axolotl if we enable it. We should take a look at this. So this is a completely different type of object. It's our scripting mechanism. It's a gateway within Automat that allows anyone to write scripts, essentially, that will do random things, like control the game. Okay, let me start the code editor. I should create an alias that would start this editor faster. Okay. Today we are not watching any extra streams, although I've been thinking about actually watching some video. I often do a break in the middle of the stream because the stream is typically longish. I guess we could watch something in between. I just couldn't find anything that would be... Or maybe I did find something. Yeah, maybe we will watch something. I've just found this video and the title sounds intriguing. How to animate anything. It's going to be interesting. I'm an animation nerd, so I will probably be able to relate this to how I do animation in Automat. Yeah, so we try to take a look at this and see. It's obviously a tutorial, like YouTube is full of like entry-level material, but it could be interesting. The people who make those videos, they put so much effort into animating everything. I've did this a little bit, but it requires so much work. I gave up eventually. Okay. Animation is really simple. You just need to understand this like retained mode idea, that you have a bunch of objects and you just write a loop that continuously updates their parameters, and each frame they are rendered at different positions with different shapes. There is some subtlety to making sure that you can animate even when frames are dropped, that you can achieve different types of interpolation, and that the higher school of animation is making the animations interactive. They should be reactive, they should interact with the user and one another. This is when fun things start happening. And responsiveness, like the biggest thing in animations is that they can be annoying if they are forced. So they need to be weaved into the application very carefully to actually serve a purpose and provide satisfaction as opposed to frustration. Okay, so today we will do this mouse trace timeline, and there is one more subtle thing that I would like to fix. It's the okay, we have this splicing operation within the timeline. Okay, I'm not interested in updates. So cursor, I'm afraid of updating cursor at this point because the company is crumbling right now, and they may be doing some desperate moves to And I'm just afraid what the update could contain. Okay, so we have this splicing operation, and this splicing operation, when I position the cursor here, if I splice a sequence of mouse moves, this creates a single mouse move event that is... The single mouse move event is actually very large. It will move my mouse in a huge jump. So if I start it, see, it moved my mouse a lot. Again, it's on one hand side, it's nice, but I often do this operation when I move to the end of the timeline and I just clean it to have a clean, starting slate. And now, if I start the timeline, it's going to just spam move my mouse in this direction until it hits the edge of the screen, and it's going to be locked there. I will not be able to move my mouse if I play it now. So it's a very dangerous operation right now. So I want to somehow address this. I think the point of cutting of this splice operation was to somewhere in here. Maybe it's at the end. Okay, I can see it, but there is this move operation somewhere on the track. Where is it? Okay, that was weird. But anyway, you can see on this graph that the mouse executed some movement. I don't know why it's not moving right now. Interesting. Anyway, I will try to fix this. So we will start with the mouse track. I want... Actually, I will record a sample mouse trace so that we have something to work with. So let me start a macro. I will do zigzag like that. I will do zigzag like that. I will do some nice S shapes, and that's good enough for me. So now on this track we have 3 sections where mouse does some funny operations. I can play it back. It does this vertical zigzag, then it does horizontal zigzag, and then it does this infinity 8s. Okay. So I will save this. I can save by just closing Automat. It says it crashed, but it's saved, it's saved. So now we have a sample timeline that we can work with. So we'll work on visualizing this timeline now. I can even resize the window so that it shows this better. So the way I want this to look is I want to keep using the metaphor of a white strip of paper. Except I want to, I think I've shown this on one of the previous streams. It's recording. This is how this is going to look like. I am going to divide this track into a sequence of rectangles, and each rectangle is going to be a preview of a section of the mouse trace below it. Yep. I will have to think hard how to position those windows. I could just stack them from the left. Hard to say. Generally speaking, it's better to have more windows than fewer. So if I have a short track on the center, maybe I could actually show it as like using all of the windows. It's just each window would map to a different piece of this short track. The windows that we will put here, they will be black, they will look like this one. For this mouse, we developed a special shader that can actually show the pixel boundaries. I want to reuse the same shader. It was very nice. And the mouse trace on this black box is going to be displayed using a gradient. And I was playing yesterday using the formulas for... I was trying to reproduce the gradient that we have currently on our soap bubbles. So when I open menu in Automat, you can see there is this soap bubble, and around the edges it has a colorful gradient. I was trying to reproduce this. It seems shader toy is down right now, but there are some formulas about making this work. Let me see. Color pie. So there are some articles, there is this whole library about computationally, deriving all of those funny gradients, like this is a nice gradient. You may know this. It looks very similar to how sky looks at different hours. Because when Earth is being lit by colder light, the color of the sky changes. It's just the physics change. Different photons are reflected. So when sky is lit by very hot light, it's going to be very blue. When it's lit by very cold light, it's going to be orange. And this is the soap bubble gradient. We have something similar on our gradients. It's not the same. It's similar, but not exactly identical. Anyway, I was playing with sine functions. Let me grab this bubble shader. So shader toy seems to be up. It just probably has a lot of traffic hitting the site. This can be easily reproduced by following those sine waves. If you just emit the red channel following this sine wave, blue following this one, and green following this one, and sum them, you get this gradient. So it's very easy to generate this in hardware. And by following a similar approach, it's possible to create different kinds of gradients, not physically based, but for instance, if you relate those wavelengths wavelengths using Fibonacci ratio. Yeah, this is the shader. You can have a nice non-repeating, essentially gradient pattern. It's going to go for a long time. I mean, theoretically, it's not going to repeat ever. So if I change those periods here, for example, to 500 and 500 times 618, I'm not sure what's the golden ratio. 618. So now we are getting a gradient that looks cyberpunky, but as it goes on and on, let me also change this to theme color. I can actually unzoom. Or unzoom more. So theoretically, this gradient should have very low repetition. I see a lot of yellow and pink. This is very strange. I'm not seeing any pure colors. There's a little bit of green here. For example, deep blue. I just don't see deep blue almost anywhere. Yeah, I guess I know. It's probably because we have 3 components and just very rarely go. And the average color is very bright here. So I think dark colors are very hard to achieve. Anyway, we're going to use this for our gradient. So in terms of positioning those boxes, I will try to write the code in a way which makes this easy to change in the future. I have some uncommitted code. Oh yeah, and I've added a new texture to Automat. It's because I was thinking how we could do a nice grid pattern. I like the shape of an asteroid. This is a geometrical shape that looks like a star. And I spent like half of the day yesterday trying to find formulas for the area of this. And they were not easy. I guess I will take a look at this more. Maybe I can try Gemini. So I am giving it a... Actually, maybe DeepSeek solved it. Can I plot this? So I was trying to find the formulas for the grid. So in Automat we have a grid. Here. And when I zoom out, this grid fades away, it disappears. And I don't like that, because this is not how things work. I wanted to find a formula that would give me the anti-aliased color of a pixel. Even if a pixel covers, hundreds of grid points, I want to get the average color of this pixel, basically. So I was playing with this idea with this problem. Because this can be used to build an anti-aliased kind of equation for the color of zoomed out grid. I'm not sure if this would look nice, even. Maybe it would actually look worse than what we currently have. But I don't know. Anyway. Maybe this is workable. I will have to look at this and see if I can actually piece this into a shader. Actually, this texture may come handy sooner rather than later, because we have our assembler shape, that assembler object, which uses asteroids. And what is this? This is, yeah. Okay, I can push those changes out. And today we are going to work exclusively here in vec2track. This file is massive, it's 2000 lines of code. It's not great. This is our drawing code. Right now we Oh yeah, we are drawing a horizontal line. Each segment is a horizontal line that starts at some point and goes right for some amount of pixels. This on-off paint is actually not that bad. I could actually use a shader here in this paint. So instead of using this color, bubble gradient, yes, we could draw this using a shader that looks like that. So this section will look strange because there is black and white, and here we have a white background. Maybe I will keep this as is. I will just shift it down. Timeline shape, and this is track base shape. Track height. I'm just moving the line to the bottom right now. Just need those. Okay, now this track is drawn on the bottom part of the strip, and on the top part should be able to display rectangular blocks, essentially show what's happening. I think we can do a similar loop. going to work differently. So in this second loop, it's actually I'm doing this because I want to fold this block of code. Create a new one. The iteration is going to work differently here because I want each display to be a tiny rectangle with some width. So instead of walking pixel by pixel, we are going to walk more like block by block. And each block is going to be drawn into a separate path. And I think...
Hello, Marcin Husky. This is a reminder that TTS only works in English. Marcin Husky says,
Hi.
Hey. My name sounds too Polish for the TTS. And TTS thinks you're speaking Polish when you say my name. Which you kind of do. Okay, and there is going to be some similarity between the segment drawing code and this, but I'm not going to refactor anything yet until I finished it and see what the similarities are. Actually, it's not very different. So this code that was drawing segments, it was advancing this pixel by pixel. And when we draw rectangular displays, we will advance it by display height. So we have track height available to us minus 2 millimeters, because this is how thick is the stroke, and possibly we could provide some margins so that we don't combine two displays. We want this to be readable. In terms of this right and T, okay, so we need to draw those displays. This is going to be a loop. This is the start index, okay. This is the start timestamp. So and I want the displays to be rectangular. So display width is going to be the same as display height. I wanted them to kind of look like a mousepad. We will see. The copilot is trying to inject subtle bugs here. Okay, we don't need this at all. This is actually fine, it's not going to be a while loop. And there was a... Give me a moment. Be right back. Okay. So I think we had break here. So if we translate this, then we should have else. X. Actually, I'm not sure if I'm going to do this draw round rec canvas. I think I could use this instead. Yeah. Okay, for the time being, I'm not going to draw anything. I want to fix this. So this is the rightmost indexed inside segment. Okay, so here we have a detection mechanism that checks whether we have just one pixel for one event being sent. Okay, this is going to be end I. I don't think we have to do anything here. Yeah, this else branch is completely unnecessary. So the way we are drawing those displays, it depends on current track position. I think those displays should be pretty much attached to the track. Yeah. I think a track should look kind of like a film strip with displays like showing consecutive sections of this track, and because this will allow us to cache those displays. I think they could be rather expensive to draw, especially if the path of the mouse is complex. So this will allow us to cache those bitmaps. Very, very valuable property. So this will work differently. So we will start at the leftmost left eye. Actually, not quite. At left T. Okay, so this is for truncating. Should be something similar for reminders. Okay, if I divide left T by this display duration, that should tell me which display from the start of the track I'm showing. I need to floor it here. Actually, I think we are using some doubles here. Or not. We are not using doubles. Doesn't matter. Actually, let's call this display begin. Should probably be... I don't want to use integers. It should be display integer. Okay, the rightmost time, if I divide it, I should still take floor. Okay. So for each of those, I need to find lower and upper bounds in the Okay, and the to-do is that first we'll draw a black rectangle that shows this section of time. Okay, and none of this is going to be useful to us. And a lot of this could be cached, so maybe we will have tick function that will take care of some of this work. So this left bottom is going to be this. Actually this 2 millimeters. 2 millimeters because this is how wide is the strip. Actually, no, we can do this differently. Let's track height by 2 minus display margin by 2. I will remove the margins from here. I will just use them when drawing, because they probably mess up the math. So this left, this is top, no, bottom. Right, okay, and top, which is going to be this. I will make this smaller by half of the margin. And I will probably not do it like that, because I would like to use our shader, and our shader requires a very specific matrix setup to properly display coordinates. So I'll have to do some more math. But we should see the windows now. Now it should show how the film strip kind of will look like. This is how it's going to look like. I don't know why we have just one. Oh yeah, instead of display begin, we should use display I. So this is our film strip. This should show the mouse movement. I think I could reduce this horizontal spacing here. I like that it's a rectangle. Rectangles make things easier. But I don't like the fact that this is... the margins are doubled here. I'm also thinking that maybe we could position them on the center of the track. It's just this margin now.
Automat just followed on Twitch.
Hey, thanks for the follow. Okay, so I think display height should be this minus display margin. I will set this to half. I will remove this inset. So from top and bottom we have this margin, from left and on left and right we will just add it. Okay, not on the right. Now they should be positioned perfectly. I mean, not quite perfectly, almost perfectly. Okay, so we have a track which shows a sequence of frames and something wrong with those margins still. Now they are too thin. That's display margin times 2. Okay, no. This is turning out to be too hard. So we have a track and we want to cover it with rectangles. So our displays. And I want the spacing between the edges of those tracks and the edges of the timeline. To be constant. So each display
Matt Hill says,
hey, each display covers a section of track. I will highlight this section in blue. The first display, I think we have to come up with a proper way, proper position to actually divide them. I could divide them in the middle, but then the first display would have slightly longer length. So maybe this is where the start point should be located. So in the display, going to start slightly before its optical kind of position and will end at its end. Or maybe there could be some overlap between them, so display maybe it would show this section and this section as well. Okay, I definitely know that the optical height is going to be equal to this, and width is going to be identical. Display duration going to be this.
Sorry to interrupt, but what are you trying to build here?
So this is a program that records and replays macros. It's like those utilities that some gaming mice attach. Like if you buy a gaming mouse, you often get this program that can record macros essentially for you. So this is something like that, but it's divided into smaller objects that can be combined into a single macro. I've recorded a sequence of mouse movements here. When I play this, my mouse is going to, my hands are here, move, performing those actions. And right now, I'm trying to make it to actually show, so you can see on this mouse, like the path that it's making when it moves my mouse around.
Oh, I see.
And now I'm working on some sort of display so that when you record a macro, when you have this sequence of keystrokes and mouse movements, I'm trying to show the trajectory, like what happens with the mouse. Right now it's not... I don't know what to think. We'll just try to draw this. So I want this shape, those shapes, they will stay. I'm just thinking where to put a conceptual start and end point of a display. I could actually adjust those points by just adding some delta to those flows here. So right now this display ends at this point. Anyway. So this is the interesting part. This is where we will draw the coordinate system. So after I do the clip, I will translate to center X, center Y, and I am going to scale. I want to scale so that I need to find I need to use this start I and I to find the bounds and to create a path. So let's do path. So we will start from point 0, 0, we will move path around. We do not want to close this. We want to also compute bounds. So this tells us in pixels how far we go out from the center. And we should be able to use this for scaling. Okay, let's say I want by default scale shows 50 pixels. Pixels is not a lot. It should be, maybe I will decrease this. Anyway. Right is always going to be positive. For now, I will just draw the black rectangle. It was good. If I didn't make any mistakes, we should see some paths now. Wow, it's like it's working. Let's see. I think I missed some divide by 2. Oh yeah, this is negative. It should be minus. It should be minus. Something is wrong. It's also possible that those bottom and left, they could be 0. Nice. Well, now I can see what the mouse is doing as I'm executing those, as the track is playing. I can play it and see, we can see what's happening. Oh, the vertical is, direction is flipped. Could be minus equals. Actually, no. Stop. Okay, so this is how it looks now. And if I change the zoom, you can see that different segments, they essentially cover different part of the mouse trail. And draw it as a single path. Looks like that. And this is actually nice. The path always starts from the center. I haven't thought of this, but this makes sense. This is really nice. Yeah, I'm thinking what else we could add. A coordinate system. Coordinate systems would be nice to have. So let me stop this and find this shader. I will have a function that's going to return a reference to this runtime effect. it's going to be a reference because the idea is that maybe it should be a reference to a smart pointer. The idea is that when we start Automat, we will compile all of the shaders and we can just use them when we need it. What's the name of our shader? Pixel Grid shader. Okay. Can use this pixel shader effect now here. And should be able to do the same. So here I need to compute how much distance a single pixel takes. It's going to be simpler in the other case. We'll still need to provide this. Actually, no. Provide everything. Okay, if I didn't mess it up, this single... It's kind of complex to set up, but... well... yeah, now we have nice coordinates here. I'm thinking about using different default scale. It would be nice if it matched the display scale always. So it's going to be hard to zoom in now. This is a problem. Yeah, this is a problem. Because as I zoom in, scale is going to adjust. Nice. So I've done the scale matching. So now when it makes this movement, for example, this horizontal movement, you can see that it will perfectly follow the path. Modulo the fact that the time is kind of shifting underneath. You change the scale, it should be moving, please. Change the scale so that it doesn't move. Nice. Okay, we crashed. This is interesting. Let me start Tracy. Okay, if there is a crash, Tracy should catch it.
Commands.
I'm not sure. We do have some commands, but they are at a different address, not on Twitch. We have... There is live.automat.org. There is some explanation on that page what can be done on stream. I feel that if this section is empty, then maybe we shouldn't draw anything there. It's noisy, those axes. The only thing I don't like about drawing just a black box is that if we have a frame that shows no mouse movement, and we suddenly start recording, then there will be a sudden jump from you don't see any axis, then suddenly you see axis. Okay, there we have a crash. Okay, the crash was in VK Recorder too. Interesting. So we must be creating a reference to some dead object. Hey, we are keeping a reference here. Okay, we are. Okay, I will run the debug version. That one is certainly going to work. I like the representation on the mouse and on the timeline is identical. This is pretty cool. I mean the black box with coordinate axis. Okay, I will try to reproduce the same setup. That was F3. A wide window. A timeline. Sitting on top of the timeline. We also had some switches and a hotkey that we need for. I will save this. Dismiss, please. Something with saving in debug build, I think. Why is it so slow? Okay, it's saved properly. It should crash soonish. Oh, it should be in a loop. One nice thing about our architecture is that you can see that it's super laggy. The rendering cannot keep up, but the mouse, it still moves smoothly. We've paid so much effort into decoupling those two processes. Now the mouse movement, the logic of Automat is completely separated from the UI. Even if UI lags, behind the scenes, it still runs smoothly.
The most efficient lag, you can say.
I think maybe the crash that we had was caused by some resource exhaustion. If it happened in release version, then it's definitely going to happen in debug. Okay, while we are waiting for this to crash, I guess I can play the video that we wanted to watch. So I will mute myself, resume Automat, play this, and eat something in the background. I will make sure it's not too loud. Let's see.
I love using animations, whether in my videos or other projects. Beyond just their aesthetic appeal, they can be a fantastic educational tool. But how do you actually create these animations? Is it complicated to program? In this video, I'll show you the method I personally use. And the great thing is, it's surprisingly simple. When I talk about animations, what I'm really referring to here are transitions. By that, I mean adding some movement between two distinct states. The process of adding data between two discrete points is called interpolation. The term might sound intimidating, but
This is the best use case for animations. I'm playing Kingdom Come Deliverance right now. This is an immersive game which forces you to experience forced animations whenever you want to do like the simplest thing. You want to gather some herbs, forced animations like 5-second animation. You're doing alchemy, whenever you pick an object or put an object away, it forces you to listen to an animation. Super frustrating. But this kind of animation that Peza's mentioning, the purpose of those animations is to fill in the sudden jumps in the user interface. When you have an object jumping from one section of the screen to another, you can use animation to explain the underlying mechanism. You know, it's an opportunity to explain to the user how the application works. And the animation doesn't have to be long. Animation can literally be like just one extra frame. Like one extra frame in between is usually enough to convey some information of some movement happening on screen. And one frame animation is... nobody will be bothered by this.
Forced animations, the speedrunner's dream for sure.
Yeah, I've seen mods for this game that the whole purpose of the mod is to just remove the animations. They are fun the first couple of times around, but they become annoying, and there should be an option to disable them. Shutting up now.
concept is actually simple. Let's take the example of transitioning a number from a value A to a new value B. Without any interpolation, you'd see the value jump instantly from A to B. With interpolation, however, we introduce a duration for the transition. Typically, I use 1 second as a base. Let's now calculate the transition value, which we'll call C. To move C from A to B in 1 second, it needs to start at A and cover the difference between A and B. At any given time t, the value of C can be calculated with this formula. At t equals 0, C equals A, and at t equals 1, C equals B. However, this type of transition is quite basic, and there's plenty of room for creativity.
I will add something here. This specific formula, it's problematic when you actually want to apply this, because whenever you animate something, you need to remember your initial state, and you need to remember, I mean, you usually have your destination state, but the initial state is problematic. Like, imagine if there is an animation from point A to B, and during this animation, you want to go back to A. You have to manage those, origin points constantly. There is a different way to express this formula. It's just, you take the current position and you move it towards the destination by some distance. Like on every frame, you have a fixed distance that you are moving to do the linear animation. The advantage of this other approach is that if the destination changes dynamically, jumps on the screen, the animation just uses the same logic. You don't need to do extra accounting, track the A point. Like A point, you can forget it. You only have current point and the destination point. It's very useful. It makes it a lot easier, and you just get fewer weird bugs in your animations. It may sound weird, but in HTML and CSS, it has a built-in animation framework into the language, and unfortunately, they don't have this. So in HTML, if you want to do animations, they will be super messy. If you want to cancel them or like change the target values, super annoying to work with HTML animations. They were really created for movies, for doing the kinds of animations that typically animators do. And they are perfect for that, but they are bad for user interfaces. In user interface, you want it to be interactive. So you want to be able to dynamically change how the animation behaves. You want to dynamically even adjust the time steps. I mean, this formula actually does this well.
It is luck-based for sure. At least for me.
Yeah. So the user interface, yeah, I would use slightly different approach. Not exactly this one, but I can predict that the next probably example is either going to solve this, or he's probably going to introduce the exponential approach, the most popular kind of animation out there. Let's resume.
Instead of using time as the direct ratio for delta, we can use a variety of functions that take time as a parameter. As long as f0 equals 0 and f1 equals 1, it will work. When we use the identity function, as in this first example, we're performing a linear interpolation. Let's look at a few other examples.
Okay, so unfortunately the approach that he's suggesting, it makes it very hard to fix this architecture. I do not recommend doing animations with this by warping the T using some variable function. Yeah, because then composability becomes even harder. And when you're moving stuff on screen, there is another point. You also need to keep track of velocity, because things that move in the physical world, they have mass, they have inertia, and you cannot just instantly accelerate them. So the animations which involve acceleration and deacceleration, it gets a lot easier if you just keep track of the current velocity of the object, as opposed to warping the time. It may seem like it's an easier approach, but it complicates this a lot later on.
You can find the equations for these functions on easings.net, which is an excellent catalog of transition functions. If we apply this to our number, we get a smooth transition. It might not seem very exciting with just a single number, but this technique can be applied to any kind of vector. That means we can use it to control things like angles, scales, position.
Most of the things should be animated with linear animation, just FYI. Only the things which are shape related, like position, corners, those things. For those, fancy animation curves make sense, but colors and numbers, almost always linear animation is the way to go. Because like when you animate color using some fancy curves, for instance, like when you animate alpha channel, Or like the fog value, we are very bad at perceiving the shape of the color change over time. To us, it just flattens the animation. It makes it kind of move very fast and then very slow, but it doesn't look nice if you animate colors using fancy things. Fancy animations only for shapes. Everything else linear.
Positions, colors. Now that we've covered the basic principles behind animations, let's see how we can implement them in C++. We'll be using the SFML to handle the 2D rendering. It's the same library I use for my own animations, like the ones in this video. First, let's create a circle whose position is controlled by a variable named circle position. When the spacebar is pressed, this variable is updated with a new value. As expected, the circle instantly teleports to its new position. To smooth this out, we'll now implement an object that automatically handles the interpolation for us. This object will hold a starting value, a target value, and the timestamp of when the animation began. When the object is constructed, it is given an initial value. Next, we'll create a function to get the current timestamp. For this, I'm using...
This is how animations work in HTML and CSS. Do not do it like that. Do not hold the start position, hold the current position, and from the current and target make atomic step towards the target. You can hold the extra state like velocity or like past acceleration or some forces between other objects, but holding the original state, do not do this. It only makes sense for like animation or movies, like animation like with capital A. Like if you're an animator and you're working with a timeline, yeah, then those kinds of animations, they can have A and B keyframes. Interactive animations, no, this is not how you do it.
Using Chrono from the C++ standard library, but you could of course use any other time source. We will then use this function to calculate the time elapsed since the last value change. This method is used to update the target value. It defines the current value as the starting point, assigns the new target, and resets the start time of the transition. Using the elapsed time, we can now calculate the object's current value using the transition formula. As we saw earlier, transition functions operate on a 0 to 1 range. Therefore, we'll need to cap the elapsed time to ensure it stays within this interval. To make the object's usage more transparent, we also define two operators. The first automatically casts the object to its underlying type, while the second is used to assign a new value and trigger a transition. Thanks to this, all we need to do to use it in our example is change the type of the position variable. And just like magic, our circle now moves smoothly to its destination. Our current implementation has two limitations. It's locked to a 1-second duration and only performs linear interpolation. First, let's make the transition's duration configurable. To do this, we'll need a new speed attribute. We will use this to scale the elapsed time, which in turn will control the transition speed. Next, we'll add a method that converts a duration into a speed value. And that's it. We can now set the duration for our animation. In this case, to half a second.
It's fine if you're using this. And it's good to avoid values that can go to 0. Yeah, and duration can go to 0, and it's a small problem, but it's there.
Now let's add the ability to use different transition functions. We'll start by implementing a set of these functions, along with an enum to identify them, a separate dispatch function, We'll then select the correct implementation based on the enum's value. In our object, we'll need an attribute to specify which transition function to use.
This video is very valuable if you're working with CSS and HTML, because this is exactly how the animations work there. Yeah, but if you're implementing your own animation framework, you can probably invent your own style of animations. This type of animations, when you animate an object position, is very HTML inspired. It's based on those retained mode interfaces where you can divide the interface into a bunch of objects. There is a whole category, a whole world of interfaces which are not based on this idea, where you have a smooth surfaces, when you have a bitmap and the animation is some kind of wave propagating through it, or some kind of cellular automata that defines rules between pixels. Like sand animation. There are not many interfaces like that, but yeah, it's a fun idea. Interface could be definitely built on top of something like that. On top of shaders, essentially. Shader animation works totally differently.
Then, we simply replace the t variable with a call to our dispatch function to calculate the current value. And voila! We can now choose the desired easing function for our animation. Now that we have a working implementation to hand, I'll show you two examples where adding animations can dramatically improve the presentation for very little effort. Let's start with a simple case. A set of draggable cards placed in a grid. All the cards
And with those cards, you see this problem that when the interface has a discrete, by discrete I mean sudden jumps, transitions, it's not obvious what has happened. There are some numbers here, so you can, if you watch this very slowly, you can see that there are some swaps happening, but it's not so obvious. And animation, even single frame animation, it makes it obvious what's happening.
animations can dramatically improve the presentation for very little effort. Let's start with a simple case. A set of draggable cards placed in a grid. All the cards are stored sequentially in a single 1D array. To place these cards onto a grid, we need to convert their array index into 2D coordinates. We'll do this using a row major order, which means we fill the grid one row at a time. You'll notice we start a new row every 3 cards, which corresponds to the width of our grid. This makes the calculation straightforward. An object's vertical position, its row, is its index divided by the grid's width. Its horizontal position, its column, is the remainder of the index divided by the width. This allows us to translate any index into its corresponding 2D coordinates on the grid. This formula provides an easy way to position the cards. To highlight a card, its scale increases slightly on mouse over. As a card is dragged across the grid, it swaps its position in the 1D array with whichever card it is currently over. Each time the array is modified, the card's positions are recalculated using the previously mentioned formula. Everything works well, but it's a bit abrupt. If only there were a simple way to make it all more dynamic.
There is one more very subtle thing that I don't think he's going to address this, but notice what happens when he picks up a card and when he drops the card. There is a sudden jump, like the card suddenly snaps to the pixel, and when he releases it, the card suddenly snaps to the target position. Those animations, especially if you are doing reparenting, so the object moves from one coordinate system to another coordinate system, are tricky. I could do a whole lecture about this, but this is another very valuable technique to animate an object position between different coordinate systems, so that when it's attached to a grid and you are dragging it, we want this object to, maybe we don't want to move it, maybe we just want to grab it with mouse without moving it, or maybe we want to animate it towards the mouse. But snapping between different coordinate systems, it requires some matrix math. It's doable, but there is also a very important transition happening there, like picking and dropping an object. This is another thing that should be animated.
Is there a command to chat without TTS? It feels like too much stream flow interruption to send a text-to-speech message.
You see, I don't remember. Please stop moving. Should be something like main.
CP Chica says,
Mr. Sir.
Hey. There is login command. No, but I will add it. Thanks for mentioning this.
MHL says,
If it's there, I can search for it.
I was just checking. I was thinking about this command. I just think I forgot to add it. We have just one command. That one command is login. Yeah, unfortunately not. But there is Discord. You can always chat on Discord. It doesn't appear on stream though. Yeah, we'll think about this.
Just by using our awesome object for the card's position and scale, the whole set animates.
Hover animations. Super powerful. I really wish there was something like hover on mobile, because for explaining the user interface to user, hover is just so powerful. Just changing the cursor shape depending on the position of the mouse. It explains so much how this whole thing works. Mobile doesn't have it. I really wish it had. Yeah. He just showed the hover animation when he moves the mouse, and they look amazing.
Using our awesome object for the card's position and scale, the whole set animates naturally.
One more thing. When picking the type of animation, it's when you're like deciding which one to pick, you can pick the one that looks the coolest. That's one approach to do it. But there's a better approach. You can think about the user interface, and you can think about what you want it to resemble. Like, do you want it to, like here, I guess it resembles playing cards. And playing cards, when you pick them up, they don't wobble. They don't wobble in your hand, right? So wobbling animations are probably working against the effect that you want to achieve. Having something that's very fast, smooth, snappy, but that supports the effect that you want to achieve, rather than just I mean, it's a game, so maybe for a game it's justified. In general, it's good to have some kind of coherent vision, coherent end goal, and not doing everything as wobbly springs. He didn't shown one thing, like when he takes a card and moves it left and right. This is where this approach starts to have problems. Because the cards, they will either teleport or they will have abrupt velocity changes.
This is literally a two-line change. Obviously, it can expand a bit if you're configuring the duration and easing function for the transition. Let's take a look at a slightly more advanced example, involving more complex interactions. Here, we have a prototype of a card game. They can be drawn from a deck and then placed either on the table or added to your hand. It's also possible to rearrange the cards in your hand and put them back into the deck. Once again, everything is functional, but the experience still feels quite rigid and choppy. Now let's see what happens when we use our automatic interpolation system in the project. That's where the magic happens. All we need to do is describe the instantaneous state of the objects. The transitions are handled automatically. There's actually a small trick involved with the card flipping effect. I used a flip variable that serves two purposes. It keeps track of which side of the card is visible, and it controls the scaling on the x-axis. By using its absolute value, we naturally create the illusion of a card flipping to reveal the other side. What's really convenient is that you can completely change the feel of the animations just by choosing a different transition function.
It was a sudden end, but and my mouse. Okay.
That make the concepts more tangible and easier to grasp.
Yeah, so there is this rubber banding that I mentioned. But for a game, I think this is fine. It's probably alright. I don't see I haven't noticed this problem that I mentioned, where you move your mouse back and forth. There should be some problems, because when you have an animation that's running, and suddenly you want to animate in the opposite direction, you have to... like, the velocity of the card has to stop. So he's showing this animation where there is this smooth, springy motion. This smooth, springy motion is going to fall apart the moment the user moves back and forth fast. It's probably not as impactful because his animations are rather short, but those spring animations, they're actually not short. There should be some issues happening here. Not this
really
one.
Convenient is that you can completely
This
change
one,
the
like
feel of the
here,
animations
there will be,
just by
be.
choosing a different transition function.
It's like this whole spring motion is like around a second. So maybe it's because he waited until this animation finished before he started moving the cursor back. Or maybe it's just such a small thing that it's imperceptible. If that's the case, then yeah. No reason to play with this. Or maybe the code that's powering this. I think the code is slightly different than what was shown here. There was this section where the code was shown. Because switching between animations has discontinuities that have to be handled.
Is within
Anyway.
this
That was our video. And Automat doesn't want to crash. I don't know why. The release build was crashing. The bug build doesn't want to. Sometimes the bug build can be slower. Resume music.
CP Chica says,
I tried building Automat on Windows and got this error.
you are.
Oh. Interesting. So, it seems like the Windows SDK is missing, but Automat should be downloading this automatically. Let's check an install step.
Should I try running Runbat?
No. If it's executing, then this is just different entry points for people who don't have Python associated with the Py files. Okay, and your error says W types not found.
I know I have Windows SDK installed, but I'm not sure about the version.
W types.h. I will have to switch to my other machine to check this out. Okay, it should be part of the Windows Kit 10, then include, then Windows SDK version.
Oh, I have 1022,621 installed.
Yeah, this is what I don't like. Microsoft has those URLs where you can download their installers, but they keep replacing the binaries there. It's a URL and they keep just swapping out different ones there. So even though it's a fixed URL, every time you download it, it can do something different. For example, right now they changed the version. But you say you have an older one. So I guess on your machine you have this path, because we are checking this.
I mean, it'll also have to reset my Windows install sometime soon since I'm missing some space on disks. Or it'll have to clean what I have installed.
No, this is actually, you are the perfect specimen to test the build script, because you have a slightly different version installed, but the build script should take care of that. So I have a theory. So I think that maybe if we just check for example, for this include Windows SDK, for example this one, I can move those definitions out. So I have a theory that this should fix it. Now I'm checking for all of the paths. But I'm not sure if Visual Studio installer will actually install this properly now. I think it will. So this should fail, so it should start installing VS build tools, including the Windows 10 SDK. This is definitely needed. Okay, I will commit this. You can try again on the most recent version. Okay, I pushed it. You can see if the current version will work. I hope this will fix it. Going back here. So I still have this crash that happens, but I don't know what could be causing it. And I would like to do something better with those axes that have no points. Okay. Yeah, it crashed. No. The back build is very slow, I think because it's kind of fat, like full of debug symbols, especially for Skia, for Leptonica. We are building everything in debug mode. Debug mode means everything is in debug mode. So I guess this is why it's so slow. Now we have individual events. I think those events should be scaled better. This debug version is so slow. I will just build the regular one. Maybe the regular one will also crash. I should have a shortcut for starting Tracy. Okay, this is problematic. We are not showing the full window here. Ah. Okay, I think the width of this rectangle has to be dynamically adjusted. Because the last one, I think it should be wider, just wider. It behaves nicely. As I decrease the zoom, you can see that a new display appears and it gets a short path attached to it. So I'm scrolling. Covers more and more of the movement. Okay, I will try to resize the last one. Although I don't like this sudden jump where it appears out of nowhere. Hmm. say I put 5 and 5 here. And I don't need those checks anymore, because I will always have the like that. It's so noisy here. So I like having a margin around, because I think it would be nice, because it would allow me to drag the points around. I should be able to grab one of those points and move it. This whole interface is designed to be usable from the default zoom level. On the default zoom level, I guess it's kind of hard. Maybe let's not draw anything. When a display appears, it will have the coordinate axis. And when there is nothing to show, it will just disappear. Yeah, like here. Okay, now the line never touches the edge. But I'm more aggressively scaling these small deltas. Maybe I could have dynamically sized displays instead of rectangular ones. I have this sequence of points on the bottom, right? I could use those points to decide when to create or destroy a new display. So a display could have something like minimum width. So it could start at the point where there is a first event. It could go right for the minimum width. And then if the segment is longer, it would expand this display. And from the next point, I will start another one. Yeah, I think we could have a smarter display location strategy. And if we bind the displays to the points, then I think we will not have issues with displays appearing or disappearing. It will just not make sense to have a display where there are no points. like those lines being thick, but maybe if we are dealing with very small moves, maybe that's good. I guess I can also copy the width code. Maybe some of this code could be reused between mouse move. We want it to look the same. So here we have individual events, like move down, move left and down. Okay, I will play with those display positioning. This is the next thing we should fix. It shouldn't be that hard, because we have this start eye and end eye already.
Import header is equal to include header.
I think there was a very... I remember import. I don't remember. Check online. I think they had two keywords, so just, you know, we still have both of them. But it's possible that one of them has a subtly different behavior.
Kronos now tells me to import Volcanhall.
Maybe that's good that they are providing some better headers.
Okay, got it working somehow. As long STD does not go fully into using import statement and using include.
Actually, maybe instead of display indices, we should use floats. This would allow a display to stretch beyond, even before a point. Okay, for now I will stay with indices. to move those const exprs out. Display margin is good, display height is good, but display width is not. There will be no display width from now on. This will be more like minimum width. Any display narrower than that is just going to be replaced with single one. And the display can be very wide using this system. A single segment is always going to be a single display. Actually, I don't need to store two values. I can just store one. That's the position where a display starts. Yeah. And this is going to work slightly differently now. So we will iterate through this array. Actually, not start t, that should be Let's do -1. Or not. Instead of display begin, maybe instead of display end, I would like to have something like display last. That would be the last point which is covered by this display. Okay, start T. It's no longer a simple multiplication. Start I as well. Or not. And this is going to be easier now, because I can add half a margin here and subtract half a margin here. The code seems to be compiling. I don't know if this works, but we should get some result out of this now. Okay. Now when I zoom in and out, new displays are appearing and disappearing. Scaling. I'm computing scaling wrong. Should be no display width. Where is this display width coming from? Oh, this is a different display width. Ah. Timeline has a display of its own. I mean, it has a tiny display. Okay, this is where it was coming from. Display duration. Display width. The downside of having gigantic files. They become messy. It's actually looking pretty decent now. Just the final display. The final display should be expanded to cover the whole section. I don't like the fact that they are so jumpy right now. I'm scrolling. They keep... the layout keeps changing. Yeah, or now. Yeah, I'm just moving it slightly. We are repositioning those displays pretty significantly. I think this could be fixed. If instead of using left eye, I used something like this. Okay, this first display behaves kind of okayish, because it can go outside of the screen bounds. This is what I want. This works nice now, but the moment I start clipping, it stops being so nice. Maybe there is a different way to do it. I liked the idea of having this place attached to the track. I definitely want to keep that. Let's think about this. Say I have a track full of displays. I'll actually delete this background. And the displays have fixed times when they start and end. And there is a sequence of events, something like that. I would like to map the displays to those events in a stable fashion, so that they should still be attached to the timeline somehow. So if they are fully covering the timeline, then I cannot really enlarge any display without deleting another one. Let's say the timeline ends here. Actually, my previous approach wasn't that bad. This one also has something interesting. It's this property that when I unzoom, it becomes cleaner. Like I suddenly see the whole mouse trace on my screen. And the whole mouse trace is shown as a single display here. When I zoom in, they split. There's actually a small problem here. Right now I have those 5 points, and if instead of attaching the displays to the timeline, I attach them to the segments visible on screen, then I can go from left to right, and I would create one display that would look like that. That would cover those 2 segments. Then another would cover those 2 segments. And then another that would maybe cover this segment. But if I go from the other side, the assignments of segments to displays is going to be different. Which is a smell. It suggests that there is something wrong with this approach. If I go from right, I will have one display here, another here, and another here. I like the idea of not having a display when there is nothing happening, so I think the displays should only show if they have any points to display. So this one would be gone. This shouldn't be floor F, this should be... This is because this left eye wasn't necessarily correlating with actual point. Maybe this is why it was so unstable. The only thing I need is this stable division of points into places where these places begin. So when I take the floor of this, it should be like a virtual index of the display. Okay, now I should multiply this. Maybe that was the issue. Why is it jumping so high? Oh, it shouldn't be left T, it should be T. Okay, this is why. Okay, now we have a little bit more stable assignment. It's still not perfect. We seem to have this significant jump. But it's better. I don't know why it starts so... Yeah, it says -1. Okay, I think the iterative approach, where I iterate from left to right, it's always going to produce some issues, because as I'm scrolling, it's pretty much impossible for me predictably pick a point. Depending on where I start, this assignment, this split of segments into displays is going to be slightly different. So those displays are always going to be doing funky things.
In my opinion, I think Chronos messed up with showing how to use CPP modules in their tutorial.html.
Oh yeah. Those trying modules, and it's like making C++. It was supposed to solve problems, but instead it's adding just even more issues. After trying modules, I started to appreciate how nice are includes.
They would be much better at showing how to use Vulkan HEP or even Basecamp.
Rather than talking about how to use modules.
I mean, they had Rary Wrapper already. No need to complicate with modules. Or it might be my brain defaulting on using copy.
When it comes those displays, I think I cannot rely on points. Yeah, it's never going to be stable. I don't want to have a global search. I think global search is an overkill. I want to be able to support very long timelines. So any global layout is out of the question. I like this problem. I mean, it's annoying, but it's also fun. How to properly assign displays to those points so that the displays, they shouldn't jump around on the timeline. As I'm scrolling. So, properties that I want. They shouldn't move. When I think of a situation where I have constant sequence of events that crosses the track, like so. If I had a display, hypothetically, that was supposed to draw all of this, then it would have to be extending well beyond and well ahead of the current viewport. Yeah, which we don't want. because that display would be totally unreadable. It would be too wide. Like a vertical mouse movement would mean that all of the interesting stuff could happen off screen. Yeah, I think my previous approach was actually, I mean, this one also has some nice properties. I like that it groups motion into a long single event. But the fact that it jumps during playback yeah, I'm switching back to our simple frames. It feels like it should be possible. It hurts so much. I don't know how to do it. It would be so nice if we knew how to expand the displays to perfectly match those movement sequences. So I should take left. Let's make it an integer. I really dislike those names, lower bound. They are so confusing to me always. So this will find a value which could be equal to display start. This will find an index of a value that is greater than display start. I can then subtract 1. Oh, no, I want lower bound. And there we have our displays. Okay, for the last one, I will do this extension. If display I is the last one, then I will adjust those values. Actually, no, not this one. Actually, wait, crap out right T. I should also break while doing this. Actually behaves kind of nicely. Almost. Why is this left edge? Okay, this right eye isn't super great. think this should be minimum of the last timestamp. The max track length. Because I don't want necessarily to stretch this till the end. Yep. Now it's perfect. Speaking of animations, this is something that would be... It would be a nice challenge to animate this transition here, when two tracks connect and disconnect. This can be animated because this thing here, it could be attached here. So combining them should kind of... It should make this path kind of fly here. It's a different division. I wonder what is this path going to do now. I think I combined two different movements. Yeah, this I can. Able to delete those two things. Create a macro recorder. I will do a macro where I move this up and down. Then I will also do left and right. And when I play both of them together, it deleted the old values. It's not moving the mouse up and down anymore. But it's here, it's part of the trace. I know. So when I was recording now, I've been appending timestamps at the end. So yeah, the search algorithm, yeah, my macro recording doesn't support overlapped recording. I'm still thinking about fun ways of aggregating the display positions. I mean, placing them better. See, this one is placed, it starts here, even though events only begin here. I think the position of this display should help you visually guess where the event starts. This is strange. Why does it end? See. This is okay. There's one more thing I want to do, is I want to highlight the current track point. I'm not sure how to do this properly, because it's possible to position the playhead between. Yeah, at a place where there is no track point. So I'm not sure which one should I highlight now. There is the question of before and after. So when I'm before the track, should I highlight any of them? When I'm after, should I highlight the last one? Maybe the closest to playhead? Okay, be right back. I actually have an idea. I think I could highlight the currently pointed point with an orange dot or orange circle, something like that. Hmm. So the current playhead position is going to be yellow circle. And it's only going to show a circle if it's snapped precisely to a given timestamp. Otherwise, if it's pointing in between some points, I will just highlight the line segment which is being pointed by the playhead. And the reason for this is that if I'm doing cuts and I'm positioning the playhead somewhere between the points, I should draw them differently because they are totally invisible now. Yeah, it hides 1 millimeter, very important information. Because when I do slices, that means I will remove some part of this trajectory, and if I snap it, then I am removing the point that I snap to, but if I'm not snapping, then it's going to stay. So I think this is how it should look. Yeah, the circles would signal that this specific point will be removed.
Low pass effect.
One thing which is completely unnecessary is the bridge. Because right now the bridge,
Low pass effect.
for those mouse traces, it doesn't really help with anything. Even though the bridge is here, we are probably somewhere like showing this point actually. And I should use more mouse icons in this track because I'm only using pointer for buttons. So many subtle bugs. I wonder why scale is not high enough. When I draw this, would the bridge be responsible for drawing a dot here, or maybe a display? Okay, track base uses this fallback widget. So this is a widget. It's one of those objects that I want to fix. They shouldn't. No object should be simultaneously a widget. Okay, I think the track should take care of drawing this point. Actually, I'm not sure. Or maybe not. Timeline is aware. Timeline as an object is aware of on-off tracks. I mean vec2 tracks. No, I think track.
Zephyr says,
Hey. So I can draw the displays. Okay, so I am finding the current index. I will log this. So as I'm scrolling through the timeline, this should show me the current index, but only when I'm exactly positioned at this index. Right now it's 700. I guess it's accurate. So now it's not showing me anything. When I snap. I'm not getting anything. Does this current offset work? So it's giving me a double. Current offset is a double. Maybe this is why it wasn't working. So I'm doing lower bound. Maybe now it will work. Yeah, this is only called during draw. When I'm just scrolling. The position isn't updated, so I don't have this information here. So when I'm adjusting this offset, I should also wake the animation for all of the tracks. So this also here. Now it looks good. remove this check. See, now that we have this lower bound. Let's say here. So this will now draw a circle showing at which point we currently are. This circle could probably be larger. I mean, it shouldn't depend on the scale. Should be minus rect center. Yeah, in the opposite order. Ooh. I guess I could use the same color that I'm using for the bridge. It should be somewhere here. So the reason for this is that in mathematics, when you show a circle with fill, it means that you include this point. And if it's empty, then it means that this point is not necessarily included. I do zoom in a lot.
DP Chica says,
Who made assert be negative case and static assert be positive case assertion.
Assert is also positive. What are you talking? We need to pass through. Yeah, they are both positive. There's something fishy here. There are some points that I cannot select.
Static assert fails on true and assert fails on false. EA? I got something wrong.
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same. But that wouldn't be surprising. I mean, it's something that I believed when I first heard it, so it tells something about C++ in general, I guess. That this sort of thing is not entirely surprising.
Hold up. I might be going crazy.
URL.
Are you sure this define is enabled? It looks good otherwise. The only thing I see is maybe the define is... Yeah. You can put this, maybe define somewhere in the string. I'm not sure if this will be replaced. Okay, in string, probably not. There is something like that. Might work. Also, this is a header, so it depends who's including this file.
Okay, for some reason preprocessors didn't properly replace defines.
I will have to decrease the height of this button. It's too annoying to me. I don't know where are the points. Or maybe not, maybe I can move it up.
Just another day at office. Go crazy because of 20-year-old PP bugs.
Yeah, actually I'm curious why. Well, what was the reason for this? Looks very strange. Okay, this should just return time t. Oh yeah, I know the issue. Lower bound, it takes a float. Yeah. Now it should work wonderfully. It's annoying, but I have to wake this animation. That's interesting. So when it's playing, you can see that the circle here, it's constantly empty. It's just a stroke. But also when I pause it, but when I start moving, suddenly it's filled. And it's pretty much filled all the time. Except at the end and at the beginning. This is because when I'm scrolling through this, it's constantly snapping to some of the timestamp that is within this track. The only way to avoid it is to zoom a lot, and now it only fills when I snap some position. This one is strange. Why does it have this shape? There are just 2 points. Yeah. It's because I should add 1 here. The first point is always at 0, 0. So now I should be able to see the effect of splicing. I could, for example, combine all those movements into a single one. Like that. Or those. This circle creates a problem. It prevents me from seeing what specifically I'm modifying. Okay, maybe instead of this, Something like that could work. So this is totally incorrect. It should decrease the intensity of colors. When I add high zoom, but it should keep them intense even when I unzoom. Okay, it seems to work, actually. Huh. The interesting thing is, every now and then, while playing, this circle should sometimes become filled. It should happen very rarely, but should sometimes happen. Now you can see that when I move the cursor here, it snaps to those points, but when I move it here, it snaps to completely different points. Strange, I have no idea what happened here. That's a little bit suspicious because I don't see those timestamps here. It's like they are gone. Hey, that was a great change in this shader. It really made it look way better now. Without this highly saturated green and red. I think I know. Yes, it's because when I was recording macro, I moved my mouse a little bit. It appended some extra timestamps at the end and completely messed up. Yeah, the mouse trace. Is it possible to draw this circle in a better way? So first of all, when I'm pointing to something, ideally I would like to highlight the vector which is currently being highlighted, because it's never a point, it's always a vector. Is there such a thing as inclusive, exclusive? No. For points, it's obvious. I mean, you do a field or empty dot. Yeah, and when I do this sort of splicing, it would be nice if I could highlight the section that's going to be removed. Actually, this is something super interesting. During playback, it seems like I'm always one frame too late. Is this enough to fix it? "30 milliseconds. Okay. Suddenly looks nice. Now it's animating smoothly. I've just spliced a bunch of individual events into a single large one. These are interesting. It looks like they are a little bit curvy. It's never perfect. We've just spent the whole day working on those displays. I mean, they are nice, okay? So we have at least that. There are still so many things I wish we did. So things that I wish we added. Let me list some of them. Maybe in to-dos, because they are essentially to-dos. So we have cool mouse positions. Yes, this is done. I will list a couple of potential improvements. I mean, potential is an understatement. It's something that we really should add. So, merging of displays. Sometimes it just makes sense to merge two displays. This is a perfect example. The path trace is very horizontal, it's very flat. So by merging them, we could actually display it in a larger view. But this merging requires some kind of global algorithm, some kind of So this will be either global algorithm that will divide. Let's say we will start with one huge display that covers everything. Then we can, for example, look for gaps, and based on those gaps we can divide the display into sub-displays. Or we can go bottom up. We will start with a bunch of displays and we will connect them one after the other until, as long as it makes sense. should be executed during tick, and I mean, so we have this zoom in and zoom out, so maybe we need some kind of globalness. Okay, so this will be track merging. I was also thinking about some kind of gradient display, but I think it's actually not needed. This is surprisingly readable, much more readable than I expected. So the circle indicator should be down behind the line, pretty much, yeah, or at least, yeah, that should be drawn behind the line, between the grid and this section. I do have bug with splicing. Fix mouth straight splicing. Yes, this is important. In addition to this circle behind the line, like the point of this highlight, the highlight should show the vector, because each of those points here is actually a two-dimensional vector, so we shouldn't show them as a circle. It's indicator should highlight the vector. maybe I could draw this vector as a capsule. Yeah, that could work. And if I zoom very, very closely, very weird things are happening here. Anyway. Okay, it's getting late, so I guess it's a good time to end the stream. You know, I will think about this display grouping algorithm. I think if we can make it work properly, this is just going to look way, way nicer. Okay, so this is it for today. See you on Friday. Bye bye.